database of border control rules and regulations that helps to streamline the passenger documenting process. Um, there are a couple of solutions in Thematic Portfolio. It's quite... Так это необычно говорить в этот микрофон. Yes, so there is a couple of solutions in Thematic Portfolio already, but Ayana set out on a project with Regular with another objective, to increase the level of accessibility to their solution. So eventually, Ayana Thematic Mobile was launched. It's a mobile application designed for use by agents, by border control, and by airlines around the globe. So that's the tool designed to facilitate, to make personnel more flexible with the way they perform document checks and how the overall boarding process is organized. This solution was equipped with our solution regular document
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to see you back for the second day of conference. Welcome those who arrived only today and those who arrived yesterday. I hope you had a brilliant evening yesterday. My name is Sigita and I will be moderating this EarTech panel today. The EarTech panel will be opened by the presentation of Victoria Rutkevich and Hanna Aranovic, Lead Business Development Manager and Head of Marketing from Regula Company, one of the largest manufacturers of expert products for authenticating documents, banknotes, and securities. Ms. Rutkevich and Aranovic will present the topic today, Travel Document Check, Success Through Automation. Let's give a warm welcome to our speakers.
Hello everyone, my name is Hannah and I'm very happy to see all of you here today at the Air Convention. Special thanks to those who went to your party yesterday and still managed to wake up today morning and attend our presentation. So thank you so much for this. And this is my colleague Victoria. She's going to be having the floor a little bit later and she's going to walk you through several projects that she's leading right now. So we represent a company which is called Regula, and with that, a lot of you already know what the company is, but we really do hope that through this presentation you'll get some more tips or maybe some more information. You'll approach our booth, which is right across the corner. So I'm going to start our presentation with asking you several questions, and I would want you to raise your hands. So the first question is, those of you who managed to arrive to Air Convention by airplane, could you please raise your hands? All right, that's a lot, I see, that's a lot. It's through Air Convention conference. So, and those of you who had to go through check-in registration process, could you please raise your hands? Oh my gosh, you guys have secretaries or what? All right, sounds good. So check-in is quite annoying, but at the same time very obligatory procedures that none of us have ever had a chance to escape, whether it's you registering or your secretary or whatever. So the challenge comes at the time when you have to put in your data manually, and sometimes people make mistakes. Believe me, no matter how simple or how short your name is, people tend to make mistakes. They misspell. And this, of course, happens more often at a tiny screen, tiny on-screen keyboards on mobile applications because of the lack of space and because of the lack of information that you can see on the screen. So that's the main issue. And at this very point, a lot of companies and a lot of airline companies, a lot of countries require that your name at the boarding pass and your name in the passport would be exactly the same. Otherwise, you're no-go. The appetite for mobile and digital services is growing exponentially right now. Just think of it. 64% of travelers have at least one travel application installed on your mobile device. And 69% of those travelers, they use this application on a regular basis. I don't think we have to go too far afield for proofs. So how many of you have a travel application installed on your device? So I see you guys got many. I myself have a couple at hand. So Regula Document Reader SDK. This is exactly what we want to talk to you about as a solution for this kind of checking process. So we believe that this kind of problem has to stay in the past. Travelers should not really be thinking of not misspelling or writing your name correctly in the mobile form application. But in the same time, we have to keep accuracy of the entered data. And what can be more simpler than just pointing your mobile device camera at an ID card or passport and having all the fields populated automatically. So that's the point. And today we represent Regular Mobile Document Reader SDK. The Deep OCR designed to enable mobile and web applications with ID scanning functionality. With more than 27 years of experience in the market, Regular Company has been manufacturing and producing forensic equipment for more than 50 state borders around the globe, providing safety and security 24/7, 365. The spin-off of full page passport reader of Regular is a Regular Document Reader SDK, as I already mentioned a couple of times. So it's designed to provide our customers with an easy solution and provide them with easy solutions that would be able to read all the information from identity documents, whether it's passport or ID card or any other identity document. It allows for more than 7,500 identity document templates in more than 240 countries around the globe and territories in 78 languages to be recognized in a tap. So we try to make our process of registration simple, a charm, easy, intuitive, and error-free. Seriously, what does today's customer expect from registration process? Just to make it easy. And this is exactly what we can contribute with. And now I pass the floor to my colleague Victoria, who's going to walk you through several projects that we're having right now.
Hello everyone, so thank you Anna for the introductory words. So now we have the brief overview, like what is the technology about, like what we do. But the best thing is to see the technology in action, right? So let me walk you through a couple of projects of ours. The first one, Pegasus Airlines. Perhaps you know that Pegasus is one of the most established airlines in Turkey. So they are a modern, future-oriented company committed to innovation. The company recently embarked on a journey of its digital transformation, so they wanted to redesign their connection and communication with passengers at every single touchpoint they have. So one of the important steps was to optimize the check-in process via the mobile channel. So the company started looking for a technology partner capable of helping them achieve their business objective. And you know what? They chose Regular. So Regular Document Reader SDK became part of Pegasus mobile application. As you can see that red circle there on the screen, so that's exactly where Regular resides. You see, like, the solution offers seamless plug-and-play integration. So it remains your application, but with our solution inside of it. So what it provides real-time, on-device processing, fully offline, with no server component whatsoever. So it means that we guarantee security of personal data, full GDPR compliance, so quite a perfect match for the company that really cares for the sensitive data of its passengers. So let's see what passengers can experience. Okay, so that's the mobile app, and we have a short video, what we go through. So you see, like just click scan the document, and then everything is well populated. Perhaps you were expecting a longer video, but it's really that straightforward, that simple, and that fast. Pegasus graciously shared with us a couple of data, so which shows that the mobile technology was well received by Pegasus passengers. They proved to be very enthusiastic adopters of mobile check-in. They enjoyed the intuitive, streamlined technology. So, and the numbers in the transaction summary, they are the best proof that we showed the positive dynamics. So, that was the story behind the mobile application. But what about another, not less important communication channel that should definitely not be left outside? At this point, I'm talking about web pages. So the optimized ticket buying process on their web page, that was the business objective set out by Belavia, Belarusian local air carrier. What they wanted their passengers to have, they wanted them to benefit from the expedited booking process, to make it a charm, to make it easy, to make it a one-click journey, time effective, effortless. But as always, as Anna has mentioned, to keep quality and accuracy a priority. So would that be possible? In Regular, we say yes. And how to achieve it? We have a solution with Regular Document Reader Web API. So it's the same processing engine, but for the backend installation. Let's see. So that is basically the Belavia web page. And again, we have the red circle. So that's where we sit. So the solution integration was fully on-premise. On-premise means that airlines keeps full control over the data flow and its storage. No sending the data elsewhere, and that's important, that's sensitive data we're talking here. And the solution integration really redesigned the booking path. So we will see. The passenger, when booking a ticket, doesn't have to go through manual typing. They can simply upload the passport image, and then all the information gets, pops to the screen. Magic. Just as we like it, right? So let's see what the passenger is experiencing. So he chooses his flight, he chooses some payment stuff, and then we come to the filling in procedure. And here, the solution proved to be the true time savior. It's one thing to enter the data for just one person. But imagine you booking a flight for your family or for a group of tourists. Here, it takes just a couple of clicks, and the difference is really obvious. Okay, so we've come to the point where we successfully booked the ticket, we checked in, and we are on our way to board the plane. But here comes another question. Is the passenger carrying all the necessary documents to reach their transit and final destinations? Especially, why this question is important. Passengers, more and more of us, travel with hand luggage only. Bypassing the check-in counter, checking in online. So how do we verify that we have all the necessary documents on us to enter the country, to cross the border? So that's the challenge faced by, airlines, by ground handling stuff in all corners of the globe. Agents need to check each passenger, his travel documents, to make sure he is compliant with entry and transit regulations. What do improper checks entail? First, passengers get denied at the border crossing, and for airlines, it involves heavy fines, thousands of euros. But entry regulations, they constantly change. Different rules apply for different types of documents. So how to keep pace with that? That's exactly where IATA Thematic steps in. The worldwide database of border control rules and regulations that helps to streamline passenger documenting process. Thematic has a couple of solutions in their portfolio, but we set out on a project together to increase the level of accessibility to Thematic database. So eventually, Thematic Mobile was launched. So it's a mobile application designed to be used by airlines, ground handling agents, etc. And the idea behind the solution is to make personnel more flexible with the way they perform document checks and how the overall boarding process is organized. As you might guess, the solution was equipped with Regular Document Reader as SDK. So what it gives? Now, security agents, when checking documents, they just, instead of putting all the data manually, they just need to scan the document, to point their mobile device camera at the passenger travel document, and securely collect all the information there is on the data page. Afterwards, the information gets combined with itinerary details, so we know exactly where the passenger is flying, and then it gets cross-checked with Thematic database, and an agency's clear decision. For example, okay, it's aboard, so you're good to go. Or, if there is a no, it also happens, next steps are shown, like scan a visa or scan a residence permit, for example. And then, what an agent needs to do, basically, he has just to rescan another document. He doesn't need to choose, okay, am I scanning visa, or is it a residence permit or something else? What country was the issuing state? He doesn't need to do that. Basically, there is no border officer in the world who would know exactly how each document looks like. You know, there are so many documents around, and at times they look so much alike, almost identical. But with regular software, there is no need ever to know that. So we suggest let the technology do this job. We can detect the document type automatically, so in just one scan, so much is happening. So we detect the document type, we can classify it, collect all the information, and then you're free to use it in the business logic of your solution. So we automate basically every single step. So to sum it all up, Dematic Mobile really reduces the risks of overlooking risks and regulations. It makes passenger acceptance process a lot more reliable and a lot more efficient. And we in Regular, we are really proud to be part of this service and bring it to the new level.
Well, as you can see, in Regular, we're really committed to helping our customers with achieving their business goals by providing them with integrated, innovative solutions. And we never stop advancing. In a longer term, though, it's clear that airports envision biometric technology that would enable passengers to complete their journey seamlessly throughout the airport without having them produce their passports or boarding cards. Imagine one day, and it's probably going to be several years, or we don't know, right? The journeys are going to become absolutely autonomous. How soon or how far it is going to be for our generation of travelers, we don't know yet. It's hard to say. But what we do know is that such old school methods of entering data as manual typing, for example, it has to stay in the past. And this is already happening because this is the era of digitalization of all spheres of our life. So, therefore, in Regular, we offer you to upgrade the past experience, get ready for the future, and live in the present. Thank you so much for coming here again. And again, we would like to remind you that we have a booth number 1S.
Upstairs, yeah.
It's upstairs. So you're warmly welcome to come and visit us, and we can have a small chat over there, or a big chat, whatever you prefer. So thanks so much again.
Do we have a question for our speakers?
Yes, I have.
Okay, perfect.
The thing is, I am an OTA, and I have the problem with people who are typing wrongly their name and whatever it is, and the problem we have to reissue the ticket, costly and whatever it is. So, but I have seen you have a mobile version which would fit very well into our booking flow. But the version you say of you have with Belavia, the one, you have this picture on the side where it says scan. Does it mean when he clicks on that he gets a mobile push message on his mobile to scan this, or how does he scan it? Because normal people will not have a scanner for that.
Thank you for the question. It's a good one. So actually, the good thing is that we are dealing with software. It's soft, so it's very, very flexible. We have both solutions. At that moment, it's totally independent. We have it for mobile, for server-side processing. But it's up to you how to combine them. So with Belavia, we only had the case where they can use a web camera and to scan the document, so the webcam would just capture it. Or you can upload an image. Or you can get it connected with the mobile app if you have it, and you can scan it there and transfer. So, however, we just help you, we provide you with the tool of making data management a charm, right?
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Do we have questions? No, okay. I think people will find you in your booth, and really, thank you, wonderful presentation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Really approve how automation can save our time, right? Next speaker, Mr. Henry Coles, Head of Airline Distribution Standards of IATA. Henry Coles is an experienced leader in the airline industry with a background in international airlines crossing finance, revenue management, network planning, distribution, and alliances. As the head of the airline distribution standards for IATA, Henry leads the global team responsible for industry passenger standards, including key transformation programs. Mr. Coles will be presenting a topic, digital transformation in airline distribution. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Henry Coles. I'm here representing IATA. Can you raise your hand if you've heard of IATA? Woo-hoo! That's a good start. I'm glad that people have heard of IATA at the Air Convention. So IATA is the trade association of the world's largest airlines. We have 290 member airlines. IATA does three principal activities on behalf of airlines. So we speak as the voice of airlines. We have advocacy activities. That's the first activity. The second is that we facilitate standards. We bring airlines together and we do things the same way. And the third is that we offer a number of platforms and services that help airlines with their business. And I have some colleagues here today at the conference this week who are speaking around that. So I'm here today to talk about transformation in airline distribution. And just before I jump into that, I'm going to pick up on a few themes that others at the conference this week have spoken on. And that's around the challenges that lie ahead for the industry. So first and foremost, it's continuing to grow very rapidly. So IATA sees that passenger volumes will double by 2035. And that's a little bit scary because we have a number of kind of impediments and challenges that stand in our way. And most of these are very familiar to all of you here today, I'm sure. We have kind of infrastructure constraints on the ground, we have infrastructure constraints in the air, we have a lot of uncertainty around the political environment, around the economy and that type of thing. But we also have challenges within the distribution environment. And the distribution environment that we have today has evolved over the last kind of 75 years. It's a little bit outdated and it's not going to scale to support this passenger growth. So what I'm speaking about today is how we're looking to transform this and the changes that are happening in the industry. The other kind of key challenge we have that's cropping up more and more is the challenge of sustainability. So we have a kind of movement, particularly in Europe, where people are looking to alternatives to air travel due to environmental concerns. And that's something that the industry has to tackle head on. We have to ensure that this growth that's going to facilitate the doubling of passenger numbers, that this growth occurs sustainably. And distribution needs to address that challenge also. So IATA is here to kind of guide the industry, help shape this future of air transport, and to ensure that we meet these challenges head on and we can facilitate this growth in passenger demand. So to understand where we need to get to in distribution, what's changing, what's transforming, we kind of have to understand what we have today and where this has come from. And what we have today is the result of years and years of industry standardization, which is a good thing. So IATA has 290 member airlines. There are hundreds of other airlines which use IATA standards to facilitate distribution. There's almost 100,000 travel agents in the world. We have some here today that are facilitating the sale of air transport. And all of this combined, it results in about 3 billion passenger journeys every year across around 11,000 airports. So a huge number of different players. If we didn't have standardization, every one of these airlines would have to be dealing with every single travel agent in a very different way, and that makes no sense. So we build standards to reduce cost and reduce complexity. IATA works directly with our airlines, with our accredited travel agents, but we also work with 480 strategic partners who are solution providers, technology providers, software companies that are implementing standards and building solutions. So the distribution environment we have today is very much a product of about 75 years of standard development. And what that means is that we have an environment that is actually fairly entrenched, and moving towards something else involves action from all of these players. Every airline needs to do something, every travel agent may need to do something, possibly airports, and we all need to kind of focus on how we can make changes together. So the distribution environment we have today actually comes from a time before computers. And some of you may be familiar with this kind of fairly standard process flow. Who in the audience today is kind of a distribution person? Who understands how airline distribution works? Excellent, good. So you can tune out for a minute while I kind of run through this with everyone else. But if we kind of imagine back in the 1950s, the 1960s, we're talking about distribution through a travel agency or through an airline ticketing office with a face-to-face interaction between human beings. We're talking about a travel agent pulling a set of schedules off a shelf and pulling a set of fares off a shelf and having two books in front of them and using the schedules to build an itinerary for the passenger and then using the fares to arrive at a final price. And once the passenger's happy with this itinerary and this price, the travel agent's going to pick up the phone and obtain a reservation from every airline in the itinerary. And once they have their reservations, they're going to write out a paper ticket. And so in terms of data exchange between parties, this is all paper-based data exchange. There's absolutely nothing happening on a computer. The passenger's going to physically carry that data in the form of a paper ticket into the airport environment, and they're going to use each paper flight coupon to board each flight, and then the airline is going to use the paper flight coupons to run financial processes in the background. So this made perfect sense in the 1950s and 60s. We began then to see computers enter into the ecosystem. And so through the 20th century, we began to see automation in these processes. What we never really saw, though, is any kind of evolution or significant improvement. So if we look at today's distribution environment, each of those steps has been automated, but we're still looking at very separate processes, and we're looking at the combination of schedules and fares and availability to arrive at an itinerary and arrive at a price for a customer. So today a lot of this gets done through a GDS, a global distribution system, which acts as a technology provider to a travel agent. But the process is absolutely the same thing. So the GDS is grabbing schedules to build an itinerary. The GDS is grabbing published fares to arrive at a price for the customer. And then the GDS is sending out some messages to the airlines to grab reservations. And so what this means is that fundamentally, the airline is still in the same place they were in the 1950s. They're not actually aware of the price that's been offered to a customer in real time. They're only aware that they're holding a reservation for a customer. We've replaced paper ticketing with electronic ticketing, which is a huge step forward. It's a great move, but we haven't really changed the concept of ticketing. So the airline is going to grab control of their electronic ticketing coupon in the airport environment to allow the customer to board. But this is really the first time that the airline is seeing all the data that's been recorded about what the customer has purchased and the price they've paid. And so in today's environment of Uber and Amazon and AliExpress and all the rest of it, this concept of a supplier not actually knowing what they've sold to a customer is really bizarre. But this is the distribution environment we have today. And so if you've flown here today to be at this conference, whether you've used an OTA, a travel agent, a TMC, an airline website, the system that built your itinerary, built the price, and issued your ticket would have used this logic. The other kind of interesting thing is that in automating a lot of these processes, we've actually continued to constrain ourselves based on paper limitations. So with the electronic ticket still can only have 4 flight coupons. It's a computerized record, it's just a record in a database, but it only has a maximum of 4 flight coupons, and we can only issue 4 electronic tickets in conjunction. So 4 by 4, we can sell up to 16 segments. Does anyone know why an electronic ticket can only have 4 coupons? The reason an electronic ticket can only have 4 coupons is because when we had paper tickets, that was the maximum number of coupons that I could push my pen on and get the carbon paper to work all the way to the bottom in the last coupon. Absolutely no joke. This is why we had 4 electronic coupons in an electronic ticket. Does anyone know why we can only have 4 tickets issued in conjunction? Same sort of thing. That was the maximum number of paper ticket booklets that I could physically force a staple through when I stapled them together to issue them for a customer. This is how electronic ticketing works today. We still have the situation where departure control happens quite separately. There's a handoff of data from a reservation record or an electronic ticket into a DCS environment. Okay, we've done some automation with barcoded boarding passes, we've done a lot of things with self-service and that type of thing, but fundamentally a lot of the airlines that are delivering things to customers don't have a full record of what the customer purchased. They don't have a full set of customer data. A travel agent who might have been involved in selling something to a customer doesn't always have real-time information back about what's happening in the operational environment. And then finally, at the back end, on the financial processes, even though we're now dealing with electronic coupons, a lot of the processes work just in the same way they did with paper. We wait until a customer has boarded a flight, we grab their electronic flight coupon and we manage billing on that basis. So as an airline, I may not get revenue from my interline partner until months after I've sold something. I may not even know what revenue I'm going to receive until months after I've sold it. The whole system is based on these paper interactions. So where are we trying to go to? We're trying to move away from a distribution environment and move towards a retail environment and kind of modernize this whole ecosystem so that from a customer perspective, we're creating an ecosystem that is more like the ecosystem they are used to using with other online retailers. So I mentioned Uber, Amazon, AliExpress. Customers are now having much higher expectations in terms of the interaction and the information that's available. So what we're trying to create is an environment where we have a kind of new normal by 2025, and this is fairly aggressive. Something's gone a little bit wrong with my slide there, but we have customers, plural, or customer singular. But it has to start with the customer. So where we've got to today is an evolution of processes that have been laid on top of each other. We need to start with the customer. What do customers expect? What information does each party in the delivery of a customer journey require to ensure that they can provide seamless service to a customer? So where that starts is with personalised offers. So the environment we have today with fares and availability, we're very, very limited in what we can build and offer to a customer. We have economy class fares, we have business class fares, we have some ways of distributing optional services and ancillaries, but very, very limited ways of personalising. So we're trying to move towards an environment where whatever information the customer is comfortable in sharing at the time of sale, we're able to personalise offers on that basis. And IATA has a program of work around this particular transformation called Dynamic Offers. And so we're working with airlines, we're working with providers around airline capability to build and generate those offers. Once we have an offer that's been built, we need some way to get this out into the market. And so the processes we have today, as I mentioned, are based around paper-based processes that have been automated within the GDS environment. And that's very limited. It's based on a time when products were very commoditized. It's based on a time before airline deregulation when we all had the same products. An economy class seat was always the same size. A business class meal always had the same number of bread rolls, and on it goes. We are not in that environment anymore. We're in a marketplace that's competitive. Airlines can determine what products they wish to offer to customers, and so it's really important that within the distribution environment they're able to describe these products and allow customers to make a choice. So we move towards enhanced distribution, and this is something that is kind of encapsulated within the IATA program, which is New Distribution Capability, NDC, which you might have heard of. And this program is around moving towards modern distribution standards, supporting real-time requests and responses, and moving away from fares and availability and moving towards offers. So a customer asks for something, an airline offers something. Once we've cracked the personalised offer and the distribution of the offer, we also need to kind of evolve what's happening in the back end in terms of how we're delivering this and how we're accounting for it. And that involves simplification of fulfillment. So today we manage fulfillment through a number of different records. We have a passenger name record, a PNR, which is that 6-character booking reference you'll all be familiar with. But then we also have electronic tickets, which is the 13-digit number, and if you've bought ancillary services, we might have electronic miscellaneous documents, or EMDs. And so what this means is for a customer with a long itinerary, they may end up with 5, 6, 7 different booking references. That's very confusing for the customer, but it's also horrendously complicated for the airline to reconcile things in the back office. Complicated for travel agents, complicated for airlines. There's information sitting across a number of records that really doesn't make sense anymore. So if we have an offer that's been accepted by a customer that has all of the products and services the customer has purchased, we then, in theory, should be able to create an order. So we have an IATA transformation program around one order, around how we replace PNRs, tickets and EMDs with this concept of an order. And then finally, we support this through transformation of payment. So customer payment, looking at seamlessly introducing alternative forms of payment, but also in settlement. So IATA provides a lot of settlement platforms that facilitate the movement of money from travel agents to airlines and between airlines for interline billing. And those platforms are ripe for transformation also as we move towards things like real-time settlement, real-time exchange of information, real-time risk monitoring. So this is the idea, this is where we're trying to get to. What does that mean for our kind of process flow here? It means that in theory we should be able to start consolidating some of these steps. So if we're offering something to a customer, we should be able to move away from these independent processes of filing a schedule, filing fares, obtaining reservations, and we should be able to move into this space of offer management. And this is kind of the NDC space. So NDC involves standards around offer management. So how does a travel agent system communicate a shopping request to an airline, a request from a customer of what they want? How does the standard then facilitate the airline in providing an offer back to the customer, a priced offer? So we don't need to independently find fares and availability. The customer asks for something and they receive an offer back with a price, which is exactly how retail works today. If you go to a florist and ask for a bunch of flowers, the florist is not going to say, I'll give you a reservation for one bunch of flowers, and then walk to the other counter and they'll find a price and put that together and then you'll find out what you need to pay me. It doesn't make any sense. You ask for what you would like to receive and you get a priced offer. On the fulfillment side, we should also be able to simplify this. So we should be able to move away from these separate records, a travel agent PNR, an airline PNR, an electronic ticket, an EMD, hand off to a separate DCS process, and we should be able to replace this with a central order record. And that order record should be clearly defining all the products and services that the customer has requested, the airline has offered, and the customer has accepted. And then the order record is going to demonstrate what the customer is still entitled to receive and what they've consumed. One record, one set of real-time information that's visible to the seller, the travel agent, it's visible to all the parties who are involved in delivery of the itinerary. So that's the idea, and then obviously we support the airline capability around how offers are constructed, which is kind of the revenue management piece, and we support the payment platforms in terms of customer payment or settlement between the parties. So how are we doing this? In each of those four kind of key areas we have a program of work. I'm going to briefly speak about NDC because it's kind of the more mature program of work. So NDC fulfills that enhanced distribution space, the green square, around how offers are presented to the market. What we've done as IATA is we've kind of taken a step away from the historic IATA approach of waiting for everyone to move at the same time, and we have kind of moved towards this concept of leaders and followers. And that's become increasingly kind of important because with 290 member airlines, the pace of change is very different airline to airline. And the industry is simply not going to evolve if we wait for everyone to move at the same time. So we have what we call the leaderboard with NDC, and this is 20 airlines who have actively committed to have 20% of their indirect sales using NDC processes by 2020. So there's a lot of 20s in there, but the idea is we've got a pack of leaders who are committing to this change in the industry. And a lot of the names here you'll recognise kind of the biggest players in terms of international airlines. We're also supporting this activity with certification, with awareness, there's continued development of the standard, and so this is something that's very much happening within the marketplace. In terms of one order, dynamic offers, that's slightly more in its infancy, and we're continuing to work with airlines. The other thing we are doing to kind of support these key transformation programs is we're looking at how we digitalize our own activity and how we kind of modernize the way that IATA develops standards and the way that IATA addresses products and services. And many people kind of have this perception of IATA as being very slow, very reactive, very consensus building. There's a lot of nodding here from Mr. OTA, which is all completely valid, and this is kind of how IATA's done business, and it reflects a lot of the kind of history of the industry. But increasingly, the standards that we're developing are now relying on data exchange. They're not relying on words in a book. And the pace of change in the industry is increasing. So IATA has to kind of address this and move with the times. So I just wanted to speak briefly on three different activities IATA is doing in this space. The first of these is the innovation ecosystem. And this is really just a recognition from IATA that we need to get closer to people that are developing solutions. Historically, we've done a lot with the large existing providers in the industry, so we've worked very closely with the GDSs. But what we need to do is work with startups, work with new entrants in the market to ensure that we're kind of supporting change. So we have things like hackathons that we've been doing more of recently, where developers are working with our standards and kind of accelerating the development of solutions. We have things like our own accelerator program, which we launched this year, and that's kind of acting on behalf of airlines to incubate and accelerate startups. And we also have various initiatives around making things easier for developers, so developing for developers, implementing a developers portal, getting our standards out to more people, making them more accessible, building forums for people to talk about solutions and that type of thing. So that's our innovation ecosystem. It's early days, but we're definitely making progress in that space. The second part of our kind of digitalization journey in this space is the airline industry data model. And this is something that has been being built over the last 2 or 3 years. It's essentially a tool where all our data exchange standards are now developed. And so it becomes a central repository for definitions, business concepts, data element descriptions and that type of thing. Very similar to a data model that any organisation would have internally, but it exists at an industry level. It has oversight from our governance structure, and we're using it to develop data exchange standards. So all of the NDC standards, all of the one order standards, a lot of the baggage XML standards are now coming out of this data model, which means all of the data elements kind of line up with each other. It means our standards become much more interoperable. So this is something that we've spent a lot of time on. It also allows any organisation that's dealing with IATA, airlines, travel agents, providers, to grab our data model and to use that internally within their own data processes to line up things like data definitions and processes. The final piece of this is that we have a project on currently that supports all of this transformation around building an API ecosystem. So I'm sure most people in this room will have heard of the term API. Can you raise your hand if you know what an API is? Excellent, good start. So an API, I'm going to get this wrong, it's Application Programming Interface. I'm waiting for these two ladies to know, that's good. But it's essentially a connection between computers that allows information to pass seamlessly. So it's something that's been around for a while, but increasingly airlines are kind of putting more information out there on publicly open APIs to facilitate real-time data. So if you look at something like flight status or flight following, if you Google your flight number today, you'll probably get something on your first Google result which says if your flight's on time, might give you some gate information. That data is not coming from the airline. Most of the time that's coming from a third-party provider that's aggregating a whole lot of information from a whole lot of different sources, which is good, but it also means that potentially it's inaccurate, and you're kind of taking this at face value. So if we build an ecosystem where more of this data can actually be exposed from the source, it means that more customers can have access to real-time data, the airline can have more control over the accuracy of data that's going to customers, and it also means that more solution providers can build things that customers can use. So we're not just relying on Google to build solutions. Anyone that wants to design an app to follow flight status has access to airline APIs to grab information. Flight status is just one example. You can apply this to any kind of business logic. So just on the API ecosystem, the idea is, as I mentioned, supporting innovation, control of information, and facilitating these open technologies where there's much more access to information. How the API ecosystem kind of fits together, we're working on continued standardization. So in addition to the kind of business process standards of NDC, One Order, we're also working on kind of non-functional standards to support APIs, best practices, protocols, compliance checklists, and that type of thing. We're supporting adoption of these kind of open protocols through certification, events and workshops. And finally, we're trying to make things easier for people within the ecosystem through solutions like identity management. So this all sounds a little bit amorphous, but the idea is to build an ecosystem where more of this information is available from airlines and more people can consume and use it. So if any of this kind of hit any buttons for you and you're interested in this, jump onto IATA's website because there's a lot of information in this space. There's also a lot of industry activity occurring, and we'd love more people to get involved. So I think that just about brings me to the end of my 20 minutes. I hope you found this this interesting. We've certainly come a long way in distribution. We've come a long way from the paper processes. Huge activity and work in all the automation that occurred over the last 50 years, but we do have a long way to go. And ensuring that more people are involved in these discussions, more people are involved in the activity, will ensure that we can continue to evolve and to innovate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Do we have a quick question for a quick answer? Anyone eager to ask something? No? Oh, okay, so we will move on. Thank you very much.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40+ years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40+ years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help.
Questions? Come on, we have such a chance.
One person here, yeah?
Perfect.
Do you know how other airlines are dealing with this? I mean, it looks like you have a really advanced method. How is it with other airlines?
I know we're not an IATA member right now, at least, but I do have a lot of IATA colleagues, and I do feel that this is a field where we're not competing really. We just want to do the right thing if something happens. And my understanding is that we're probably the only one with an app like this right now. But it is getting more and more common, because again, you know, nobody wants to walk around with a manual if the event is going to happen. So, yeah. Any other questions? No?
Don't be shy. You might not catch her after that. Okay, I think everything was answered with the presentation. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure listening to you. Great. We have another wonderful speaker. The next presentation will be delivered by Eric Plantas, Regional Vice President, Europe of Inmarsat Aviation. Eric Plantas is also heads up aviation market capture for both Global Express and European Aviation Network routes to airlines covering Europe, Russia, Turkey, and Israel. He joined the business in September 2017 to manage the strategic relationship with Airbus after working for them for 25 years in various operational and functional roles. Eric is also head of EAN, leading the teams that implement and develop the integrated European aviation network in partnership with Deutsche Telekom. Today, he is going to talk about rolling out in-flight connectivity in Europe, how it will deliver a unique and engaging digital onboard experience. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the audience, and good afternoon to everyone following us on Aerotime, live everywhere in Europe and in the world. Just a reality check again. How many people in the audience have heard of Inmarsat already? Wow, it's not a vast majority. And thank you, Susanna, for mentioning MH17. Maybe our name is more known for MH370, because the last ping of this airplane were in fact operated through our satellites. And what we do at Inmarsat is managing a satellite network. We're a satellite network operator, and we serve maritime, government, military, and aviation. And we do that since 40 years, as we started as an NGO, and we acquired in London, UK. And basically what we do for aviation is managing three sorts of services. One is called Global Express, which is a broadband service providing in-flight connectivity. You know, the Wi-Fi that you can use on your plane when traveling. This is thanks to this kind of high throughput services. We serve also Europe with a dedicated system which is called EAN, European Aviation Network, and I will expand more onto what this network is about. That's really a novelty in Europe. And we operate also our legacy L-band services that we call SOS, Safety and Operational Services, that relates to anything that a cockpit crew can do in terms of communication over oceans and seas. Basically, if you want an aircraft to connect to the ground, over land it's simple. You still have some VHF or HF connection. Over oceans and seas, obviously that is 2/3 of the globe. You need something which is different, satellite-based, and that's where we have all these ACARS, CPDLC related services. Just to show you what we do, we will play now a small video that shows you a bit what we do and the kind of extraterrestrial player that we are in this industry, because basically we're operating space. I'll just cover what we do in this satellite space. Basically, you've got the globe here. We launch satellites, and that's an example of the network that we operate today, composed of 4 high-throughput satellites that you see here as a geostationary orbit, geosynchronous position. We will add a new one at the end of the year that will be launched from Kourou, French Guiana. We committed also for 2 other satellites that will do the completion of this GX constellation. And we recently ordered also from Airbus Defence and Space some 3 other satellites that will complement not only in terms of regions and throughput, but also some capacity and flexibility and scalability. Those satellites, the new ones, will add some very specific spots when we need it, and with the possibility to move from one spot to another. There is one region which is not covered here, which is the poles, and we will be adding 2 more satellites that will have this polar coverage, not only for aviation for polar routes, but also for maritime. As you know, the global warming is also creating some new opportunities for boats and ships to go through the globe, so we will add those 2 extra payloads. That just to position a bit who we are, that's long-term investments. All the satellites that are part of this constellation are decided 10 years ahead. So when you use Wi-Fi in the plane, you might not see what's behind the plug, what's behind the SSID and how easy it is. It's a bit more complex than what it appears. There's something in Europe that Inmarsat created with our partner Deutsche Telekom, as I said, called EAN, which is the European Aviation Network, which is basically a satellite system. We launched the dedicated satellites in order to cover the 28 countries, plus Norway, plus Switzerland, that are part of this network. And we also created an air-to-ground system, which is offering extra bandwidth, extra throughput to the airline when flying over land, with a capacity and a low latency, which is second to none. There's 3 EU decisions, and I'm glad to be here in Vilnius to celebrate how Europe can do something good for the EU citizens. You know, that's really a system which is decided by Europe, made by Europe. That was a Thales Alenia Space satellite launched by Ariane, which is a European venture. All the avionics are mainly Thales-based. There's an Airbus relationship in order to build a service bulletin in order to offer the system to implement this onto airplanes. So that's really what EU can do at best. As I said, an integrated satellite and air-to-ground system that delivers a throughput which is up to 75 megabits per second. This might be esoteric for some of you. That's really the kind of throughput that you can have at home with a fiber. So we deliver this through mainly the air-to-ground system. We are live on British Airways and Iberia since March 2019. We will be rolling out airline number 3 and 4 quite soon. And basically, when you install connectivity on board a plane, and you might have seen this on some of the aircraft, you know, the big bulb that you see at the rear of the plane, usually, that really looks like a big roof box, because that's really massive. That's where sits the antenna. And why is it so big? Because the antenna, which is under this radome, is tilted to the satellite. In order to provide the network and the connection from the satellite to the plane, you need a rotating antenna that will point while the aircraft is flying at 850 kilometers per hour. This will point to the fixed satellites. So this is big, and basically what we install with EAN, which is this system that is really true for Europe, we install this kind of avionics, so that the kind of antenna that's still one, that we install on top of the plane, but the kind of antenna that we install on the belly. You have to imagine that in between you have an aircraft, 4 meters and a bit short of arm to represent this 4-meter diameter fuselage. But that's really what it takes to install connectivity today in Europe. And this is why we say that this system is the fastest Wi-Fi connectivity in the world, because it's fast for the speed And as I said, delivering 75 Mbps is something that is second to none. It is fast because of the time of installation. Installing all that can be done in less than 9 hours, and usually installing connectivity is 3 to 4 days. So that's really fast in terms of installation. And it's also fast in terms of return on investment, because for an airline, investing on Wi-Fi is something that's they're struggling a bit in terms of ROI usually. So that's really different to what we have on the rest of the market. I think there's an important point onto this in-flight connectivity ecosystem, and some of the speakers already mentioned the digitalization, and there's one sort of a blind spot into all the passenger journey, which is usually the flight. You know, there's a lot of things that we do on the ground, there's a lot of things that we do after flight, but there's kind of a black hole into the journey, which is what the passenger is doing on flight, and the way that you can interact with him or her, with the luggage reconciliation, with the rebooking, with anything that in fact is helping and supporting the easiness of the travel, is something that is just at the beginning. We see only 1 or 2 airlines that are really betting and exploiting at full scale the benefit of in-flight connectivity. So that's more to come. I will just add that we see in-flight connectivity usually for passenger Wi-Fi. There's a lot more than that. Remember that when we started with our Nokia 3210, there were only 2 apps. Basically, it was voice call and SMS, and you can see the number of apps that we have now. That's a bit the same sort of thing for in-flight connectivity. We started with Wi-Fi for the passenger, and there's a lot of Internet of Flying Things, credit card authentication, in-flight entertainment also, which is coming through the pipe that is provided by providers like ours. There's something that has been quite a lot in the 2 days here in Vilnius, which are the new ways of payment. And I will just attract your attention on this PSD2 regulation, the payment service directive number 2, and with the SCA, the strong customer authentication, which is everywhere as a kind of Damocles sword. When you think of Revolut, N26, all WeChat, Apple Pay, all the new ways to pay, and if you think that one day we will be cashless, that's for sure, but maybe credit card less, you think of how passenger will buy on board if you're not connected. You know, how will we ensure that this digital chain is fully operative if you're not real-time connected? So that's a big concern, and that is what is driving a lot of airlines to think about connectivity and saying, okay, yeah, there's a lot of payment on board that I can do, there's a kind of a waiver up to 30 euros that I can play with, but it's still okay to sell a sandwich and a bottle of Coke. But what if I want to sell more, and how do I authenticate my transactions? So that's one of the things that's really driving all this in-flight connectivity system. Another one, which is the seamless connection for the one who already tried the Wi-Fi on board. You might have been asked your credential, name, credit card number. So there's a bit of hurdles in order to get connected. So that's exactly one of the key elements of the industry now. How will we get that seamless? And I'm glad that we still have Susanna here, because Norwegian has a fix for that, because they offer free Wi-Fi on board their plane, meaning that you just have to connect and here you go. You have a very good service without any hurdle connected because it's free. Air New Zealand, operating between London and Auckland through Los Angeles, for instance, is offering free Wi-Fi also. So there's a lot of these new things coming up in terms of seamless connection. There's another one that I think summarizes a bit everything that we said here. I'm still struggling with the Swedish accent on Flixcam. call that fiscal. It's Fluxka, okay. Anyway, I think there was a recent interview from Christian Scherer, the other's Chief Commercial Officer, on how the next challenge will be the decarbonization of the industry. How the next generation of airplane will benefit either from electric, hybrid, fuel cell, whatever. There will be a lot of efforts. Although we represent only 2% of the carbon emission worldwide, we know that our industry is the one who contributed the most in terms of CO2 reduction. That's something that needs to be done, and inventing or creating or adopting solutions that really impact the less the emission is something which is important. Some OEMs are also working into integrating this kind of antennas onto the fuselage. Just to finish onto the new trends of in-flight connectivity, there's something that you do not see a lot on airplane those days, which is in-flight gaming. And why don't we have a lot of gaming? Just because of the construct of in-flight connectivity. When you have to connect to a satellite which is 36,000 kilometers from the plane, the round trip time, the time it takes from the signal to go from the plane to the satellite, back on Earth, back again, this round trip time is about 700 to 800 milliseconds, which is fast. That's less than 1 second, but it's still 800 milliseconds, and that's really something that you cannot do PUBG or Fortnite or Leagues of Legends for the one who know all these games. That's really something that you cannot do. But if you have an air-to-ground system, then it opens new ways of gaming on board, and also new sources of revenues for airlines that can benefit from this new either gaming or gambling services. So in a nutshell, there's a lot happening in in-flight connectivity. That's a bit of a blind spot of this industry because it's not highly visible, I would say. There's a bit of rocket science, and for the good reason that we operate satellites. But please come to us. We have a lot of direct contact with airlines and other partners. We have value-added resellers that serve the airline industry, like Cita Air, Collins, Thales, Honeywell, Panasonic, that we partner strongly with. We have also in Europe, as I said, this strong partnership with Deutsche Telekom. So come to us. We're pleased to serve you and answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation. Do we have questions? You're all so lazy today.
I understand that I'm the last obstacle between the presentation and the break. That's right?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Actually, I just wanted to deliver the good news. We are going to have lunch break now. And we will get back at 1:30 p.m. back here to continue the discussion. We'll have
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40+ years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within inside Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40+ years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same. We could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same. We could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth of seeing that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Storm. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth of seeing that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete maintenance on their aircraft in a safe way, but also in a fast and efficient manner. In 5 years' time, I think you will see us with a larger footprint across the globe, operating and servicing top airline operators.
Growth has come from the structure within Sidestall. Everybody works and everyone's pushing towards the same goals. Our culture's changed greatly all the way through the organisation. That is reflected now in the customers we attract, and with the year-on-year growth, I've seen that we can take anything that's thrown our way.
I've been working for the company for about 4.5 years. So I joined when we were based in Luton and the premises were quite small, but we've expanded quite considerably since then. Storm Aviation was formed in 1996 with a small contract with a major airline, and we've gone on and grown and grown. What I decided to do was I decided to firstly make sure we were compliant. In the past, there's been an awful lot of concentration on facts and figures. Obviously, we tick the boxes to make sure that we're compliant, but also I try to drive to make sure that our engineers are fit for purpose.
I started as basically an administrator, doing administrative functions, but throughout the years Storm has been investing on me and I've been growing. Every day is a new opportunity to learn something different. Storm seemed to change over those last 2 years. We are now implementing safety management into the company, looking to implement in the future fatigue risk management, which makes us being ahead of our competitors.
We could be the same, we could be certainly no worse than anywhere else. But you've got people in at Storm Aviation at the moment who have got a lot of experience. Not just myself, with 40 plus years experience, but we've got up and young coming people who want to work, who want to be good, and who want to be best at their job.
Using software platforms now to help us manage and identify risks within the compliance and safety department. And lots of driven people, motivated leadership team that believe in safety, believe in sustainability and quality. The quality of the work that we provide to our customers is also a very, very important value for us as a company, making sure that we're providing the best quality that's out there available. Aircraft operators know that they can rely on Storm Aviation to complete.
I see quite a few of you now. Probably some are still enjoying lunch, but I hope they will join us soon. So, the IRTech stream is moving forward with a presentation of Mr. Rudi Seiberlich, Group CEO of Big Sky Tours. In 1977-1982, Rudi Seiberlich established himself with Sky Tours in the airline sector by joining Laker Airways, the first low-cost carrier in the world. The company today serves over 90 countries worldwide and also specializes in helping airlines sell unsold seats by integrating unsold flight segments into a larger itinerary, involving 2 or more flight segments with other airlines. His topic is going to be how airlines, with the help of OTAs, can sell more seats on flights having a bad load factor. Welcome.
Thank you for the nice words. Okay, there you is, yes. I'm, okay, I have to take this bloody thing. I started very early in 1973 as a little travel agent. And I developed then from, I was living in Sweden at that time, and meanwhile we are worldwide. But this is not the important page, this is now. Here you see me, 1977 as a young guy. And they see the Laker Skyline logo and Sir Freddie Laker. He started in 1977 as the first low-cost carrier in the world. I see his advertisement. I have seen his advertisement in the television, and he said, "Here are my white bodies, DC-10, and they will fly you from London to New York for £59 and back again for $135." Sitting there in Sweden, I said, "Wow, that's cheap." At that time, a flight from Sweden to New York was about $2,500. So I thought, I will contact this company, and I got an answer back and said, "Yeah, you're welcome to sell our flights in Sweden, but don't expect any commission." So I also was the first one not receiving any commission from an airline. It has not been normal at that time. So I made a package, a crazy package. I took a ferry boat from from Sweden to Felixstowe, a bus transfer to London, one night at the hotel in London. It was called the Mount Pleasant Hotel. People also called it the Mount Peasant Hotel because it was so cheap. and then a Laker flight for 59 pounds and $135 to New York. The total fare at today's value is $893 compared with $2,500. And of course, I was very successful, even that it took so long time to come over to the United States. They come cheap. So I sold about 1,000 round trips per month, and each aircraft of Laker Airways had 33 passengers from Sweden. So I participated a lot in their success, because also later on they have other destinations, and of course we were filling also the other destinations, and later on Freddie Laker asked me to open an office in San Francisco, which I did because they had a flight from Auckland back to London. I did the same again. This was happening for about 5 years or so, and later, and also in 1983, the Viasa, the Venezuelan flag carrier, his office in London had a bad load factor from London to Caracas. And he also approached me and said, can we do something about that? Can you bring me more clients? Because I cannot get the clients from London. And on top of it, we are IATA bound and we have fixed rates. So we could not, at that time, the airfare was regulated. So they had only, the price was the same if you flew on British Airways or whatever it is from London to Caracas. So most of the people flew on British Airways, I guess, or something like that. Anyhow, I was very interested in helping with that. He gave me a wonderful price. He said, okay, $200 going, $200 back, make what you can do about it. And he gave me the ticket stock. And of course, we added flights from all over Europe to London, and then from London with a separate ticket, which we issued to Caracas. And later on, he asked me as well to continue to other destinations, so he gave me better rates for other destinations within South America. Okay, load factor we increased for him was 8%, which is also a very good load factor. Then the time passed by and everything manual became automated, and 1998 I loved the internet, so I started, of course, becoming an OTA in the internet. And I had a booking engine from a supplier, and we had that booking engine, and we connected with Sabre and Worldspan, and connected those and sold the flights coming from the GDS. But always I thought, this is very strange, we cannot do anything better what I did before manually. So 2001, I started to take people, IT people, learn them what I think we should do, and they program with them. And now, let's see if we go to get it. Now we program something which brings low-cost carrier, GDS carrier together. We mix it, we make multi-cities, up to 16 flights, and we combine everything together, and everything is automated. As the guy from IATA before said, okay, we have a schedule, we have pricing, and we have an availability, and we do that everything in-house in our system, and combine everything what the airlines give us, also private fares, special fares, whatever it is, and come out with the itinerary. So we're not selling point-to-point flights very much. So we're not wanting to compete with an airline. If an airline flies from Frankfurt to New York, I can tell you, we are not the cheapest. And the other OTAs kill each other by getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. We say, no, we don't do that. We try to find a better connection or a cheaper connection. And that's why we are doing it. So I thought that the XL Airways guy is here today, so I made one for him. So I say, look at the XL Airways. They fly in November. This is from the 1st to the 8th of November. 260 euros, which makes about $290. You have to pay round trip to New York. If you go to Phoenix from Paris, you have some airlines around $850. But the flight on normal scheduled airlines in the United States, American Airlines, Delta or whatever it is, costs only around $372. So if we add those together, we save around between $178 and $200. And this is just one example. And we have thousands of examples. And we combine everything together. We also could do like that we have a combination from whatever in Europe, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, to Paris. And from Paris then onward. Some of the people say, oh, I would like to stay a night in Paris, and we can have an overnight accommodation. Wonderful. We could add that as well. And so this is what we think an OTA should do. He should be able to sell tickets and combine tickets. An airline will not do. An airline wants to sail from A to B. But if we bring more people to that flight from everywhere in the world, which they have no interline agreement with another carrier, maybe it's a carrier who they fight with, we can connect them together. And then something like that comes out. I have examples where you could theoretically save over $800 for one flight. I go back a little bit like that, and what as you see here as well, the connection we build are guaranteed to our missed connection protection. So we are connected with insurance company. The insurance company assesses which airline is flying, which airline is connecting, and what record do they have. And upon that record they're having, and so they create a premium. So the premium normally we pay, it's between, if it's a good carrier with a good record, about 30 euros, and it goes up to 50 euros if they have a bad record. So this is included. So if a client buys from us a ticket, he's sure. When should there be a misconnection, or should there be a flight cancelled, we will protect the client, put him on the next flight, pay him an overnight, or give him some meal, whatever it is. This is roughly, let's see, the next one, yeah, where are we? So we are placed in different countries of the world. As you can see, we are also a part now of AirTicket. AirTicket is a German, independent German consolidator who tries to become worldwide present, and he's, I guess, the biggest in Europe already. So he has 15,000 travel agents in Europe and the United States. In the United States, they have a consolidated company called Picasso. They are also within those 15,000 travel agents. So we power not only our 94 travel portals, plus 4 other OTAs who take our content, we also power AirTicket's 15,000 travel agents. Together, AirTicket and we are together for 2 billion sales a year, and we are issue together 6 million of air tickets a year. So this is where we have our locations. In the United States, with Picasso. In Bolivia, we have a support and ticketing office. In Brazil, in Fortaleza. In Argentina, in Buenos Aires. In Germany, in Berlin. In France, in Nice. In Spain, in Barcelona, where I'm also located. In the Ukraine, in Kiev. United Arab Emirates is Ras Al Khaimah. In India, Delhi, and in the Philippines, Manila. And that was everything, and here you have my coordinates. Please contact me. I would love to make a deal with you. I would love to take your airline, connect your airline via API into our system. We have an easy payment where we can pay you right away via our virtual credit card, so there is no accounting to be done and everything. And on top of it, if you have really a problem with your load factor on some part of your flights or whatever it is, contact us. If you give us a discount rate, we can find out how much people we can add to your existing flight, and that will be only money for you, because otherwise you will lose, you will fly empty for that. So now I can take some questions.
Do we have questions from Mr. Cyberlick? He was very active, very participant in those 2 days, so maybe you would like to ask him something.
How do you compare yourself to Kiwi.com?
Sorry?
How do you compare yourself to Kiwi.com?
Oh, it's Kiwi, Oliver Dooley, I know him very well. I can tell you he is very good, and we are one of the few who do the same thing, and he's a good guy. Yeah. We have maybe we can say we are more GDS lasted. So he started out with only low-cost carriers, and we were starting out with only GDS. So we combined low-cost carrier later, and he combined GDS later. So, but we are the same, yes.
Anyone else would like to ask something? Okay, if not, then thank you very much for the presentation. And non-executive director of eBird. Florian Dehne has an extensive aviation background and held various management functions within the Lufthansa Group in Germany, the US, UK, and Switzerland. In this capacity, he combines his passion for entrepreneurship, innovation, as well as urbanism and its anthroposphere. Today, he is going to talk about next generation urban and regional transportation. Welcome.
That was quick, and I guess I'm a little bit early. But anyway, thanks for joining in. That's the little thing here. Very good. So, what do you hear? Real quick, thank you very much for the nice introduction. That would have been my very first chart, that you know who's talking to you. My name is Florian Dehne. I'm a principal with Oliver Wyman on this capacity, having 20 years plus experience in the airline industry, most of them with Lufthansa in various capacities. eBird, I'm co-founder of eBird, and I'm part of the supervisory board and responsible for strategy, and that's the reason why I'm here. And I'm actually very happy to talk to you. It's a very, very interesting project, and that we started very visionary. So eBird you may not have heard, but what it really is, it will be an operator for urban air mobility or regional air mobility. Urban air mobility will be the drones. I'll show you a couple of pictures later on. There's a real hype of construction right now. Everything that really is in the range of, let's say, 50 kilometers. Typical in very dense populated urban areas such as Sao Paulo, New York, etc. And then there's another business case where we believe that the new disruptive technology will change dramatically is regional travel. And that's everything up to 300 kilometers. So the idea is really to become an operator with latest or new technology, almost silent transportation, renewable energy at prices that comparable to ground transportation today. Real quick to the vision of eBird is very clear: to become the first mover urban air mobility, regional air mobility provider in Europe. Once again, we are an operator. And for the mission is the raison d'être, means why is eBird needed in this world. The idea is really, we want to be the missing link between the traditional airlines and air transportation that we find today and public transportation. So bring really regional and urban travel into the third dimension. The interesting case is really, we don't want to burn fuel. We rely on sustainable energies, and that's the idea behind it. And you've seen here two drawings of potential urban air and regional air vehicles. The other one is the Airbus drone based on a helicopter model. Has its difficulties. I don't know if somebody from Airbus is here, but it's a nice plane or a nice drone, but way too heavy and a little bit German overconstructed. This one here is, I am German as well, so I may say that. And I've worked 20 years for Lufthansa. I know this as well. And this is a very nice Swiss project here, by the way. It's a tilt-wing airplane. It's Dufour Aerospace. It's made for up to 300 kilometers range. And the nice thing is the tilt wing. So, for example, what you can use is existing airspaces or existing air infrastructure like an airport, and then land at a heliport somewhere in the Alps. So a typical flight pattern for that kind of aircraft would be from Zurich-Kloten, the airport, to Davos, or to Zermatt, where you don't have an infrastructure like an airport, but a heliport. I tried to cluster a little bit because it's so new and there's so much hype, and there are a couple of studies by my colleagues and friends from Roland Berger, a couple of studies from A.T. Kearney, but there is not really, let's say, academic approach, and that's why I came up to cluster a little bit what we're talking about, that we do have kind of a common understanding when we talk about urban air mobility or regional air mobility. Bottom line, there will be three cases, to our opinion. The one is certainly urban air mobility. The range I mentioned, up to 50 kilometers. It will be a drone type of air vehicle. It might be hybrid or electric. So everything that's Uber Air, you might have heard about this hype, is goes into the hybrid thing. That's the Bell Nexus air vehicle. More likely later on it will go into electric propulsion. It's definitely unmanned, otherwise the business case is a very difficult one, because it usually seats between 2 and 4 people, and it's designed for vertical takeoff and landing. The downside is certainly, especially in cities, with few exceptions, you may need new port infrastructure. The regional air mobility I explained a little bit earlier, especially the tilt and fixed wing aircraft. It's manned, such for example as Sunum. I'll show you an example of that one later, it's very nice. But suitable to flying unmanned, and I'll see this as well in 10 to 15 years, that we have regional planes in the capacity between 6 to 9 people transporting and flying unmanned. The good thing about this one, the regional air capacity, is you may use existing airport infrastructure. The last one thing, which is, I believe, from a business case, the most interesting one, even though it's not my very personal interest, but it is from a business case because it's endlessly scalable, is the medical air mobility. Meaning having a drone that can transport patients either from a hospital to another hospital, which is a business case that's currently elaborated in Geneva between 2 hospitals, or even somewhere on an accident site. The good thing is, because it's unmanned, you can use it without any infrastructure. Meaning, even in crisis scenarios, you can use this particular case here. And you need very limited infrastructure, because the infrastructure, if you don't on a crisis site, will be the hospital, and the hospital has most likely a landing spot for today, a helicopter. The question always is, how big is the business really? And I come back to this one at my very last page. So it varies a lot, and this is a more conservative quote, and it's still an enormous number. So Roland Berger says in 2050, and 2050 is 30 years from now. That's not an ultra long way to go. Almost 100,000 urban air vehicles will be in service then. Another study says it's a 3.6 billion business in 2042, which is 22 years from now. So despite the fact that people think there might be an enormous business potential, we have to realize there is not such a drone flown for passenger service. They will be built, or they're about to be built, and there are a lot of great companies, startups, more elaborated companies like Airbus, Boeing. They're building that kind of drones right now, but we have to really understand there is not such service in the world. The other thing is, coming back to the regional one, That's a very nice vision. The vision is Sunum. I don't know if you ever heard about Sunum. The CEO is the former chief commercial officer of Amazon and Google. So this gentleman understands the business quite well. It's backed by Boeing and JetBlue, and it's an all-electric airplane. This one is the 6 to 9-seater with a range of 800-900 miles, and they want to also build a 50-seater with the range up to 1,700 nautical miles. And this gives an enormous potential. Both airplanes are designed for unmanned flying. That's not only a very cheap way to transport people, because it's all independent from fuel, from kerosene. The possibility to have unmanned flying rocket sky's your business case. It gives a new spin to what I will say the traditional regional airlines. They're about to merge or disappear, and that one gives a new possibility to have regional air traffic. That's bottom line. Very quick. What's that? Interesting is really we really need less infrastructure, and we have either the infrastructure existing one. We need to build, if there's infrastructure to be built, very small ports. It's less noise. An urban air vehicle has approximately 2/3 less noise than an existing helicopter. However, there is noise. The overall noise level, and I stress this if I talk to the manufacturers, because the only time we produce so much less noise than existing airplanes or existing helicopters. But the overall noise level in the city with all the electric cars, etc., will reduce anyway. So there will be always noise. It does not come for free, and it's not silent. But less use of energy and less noise. Plus, and here comes the business into play, less costs. The operating costs per passenger are dramatically low. To be proven, very clear, because the numbers I have seen are the cost of a taxi ride, which you have to consider. If you take a taxi over 50 kilometers, has its costs. It doesn't come for free, and it's not the train or public transportation that will be still cheaper. But if it's true that an aircraft manufacturer or an urban air vehicle manufacturer can come up with taxi fares per kilometer, more or less, that's a radical change to the industry. And more passengers, because what's happened, or what will happen, that's the way our society is developing, we're going more for individualism, meaning we don't want necessarily to fly when the airline offers a flight. And that, especially in high density areas or in regional, to the regional airports, if you more or less can pick your time, that's a very interesting business model, and that will certainly happen. Having said this, very important to understand, because you see all this Ubers, you see all this hype here, is marketing is far ahead of technology. Uber, thank you very much, does a great job. Really, it's fantastic, because they advertise urban air mobility. But as said earlier, we need to prove the business case. We need to prove the drone. We need to have certification. There is not such a drone that has been certified by either the EASA or the FAA. There is one very nice drone. I've been manufactured by EHang. That's a Chinese company. They do a tremendous good job. That has been certified by the Chinese Civil Aviation Authority, and they lock 7,000 hours, flight hours by the drone. However, the certification process does not match the one that's required by EASA or the FAA. So bottom line, the drone may fly in China, it may not fly over here. The second thing is, I don't know who of you have ever seen such a drone or actually flown in a drone? Never. Very interesting. So next time go to Paris and see these guys. And what's so interesting is all manufacturers, all OEMs come from a robotic, from a technology standpoint, not from a passenger point of view. And that makes handling, departuring, arriving processes very, very complicated. So, for example, Aurora, the Boeing affiliate, it's a drone. I don't have a picture here, but it's way too high. You would need a ramp or staircase to board it. The moment where I had a very interesting conversation with the CEO, John Longford, and told me, Florence, no problem, because in every airport you have a jetty, you have ramps. I say, yeah, listen, this is not the idea to rebuild the aviation industry with drones. The idea is to rebuild the taxi industry with drones. I want to have flying cabs, not airplanes, because airplanes today we know how it works. Plus, I want to go automatic and as easy as possible. Otherwise, it's not accepted by the public audience anyway. So it's impossible to build and ramp or staircase for each and every model. What I need is easy access for boarding and deboarding. By the way, that's really a mental change. I had the opportunity to talk to the lady from Foster & Partner, the architectural bureau, who's building the first port for Uber in California. And when we discuss passenger flows, way too complicated, because if ever this will become reality, then you need to create a passenger flow without any hurdles. They are forcing a bar, a window. It looked pretty much like an airport in the 30s. But this is not the idea. We know how we can transport people today, right? And it's like a bus station, in, out. So bottom line, change of perspective is essential to the industry. Otherwise, the drones will fly, but there won't be passenger in it. Very, very simple. And my business model stalls. So that's why I have so much interest that we build passenger processes plus the drones where you can board and deboard very easily. Where do we stand? New mobility concept, conventional technology, that's today, pretty much today, it won't change. However, what we see is in 2023, drones might replace some helicopter. Especially, I could see this on the medical case. It will be a very simple 2 or 3 point operation. Firm believer that in 2025 we might see the first urban air mobility cases in the States. Uber is pushing very, very hard, also on certification with FAA. I'm not so sure if the drones will fly autonomously. However, definitely we will have kind of this service. And in 10 years from now, we will see the first cases definitely fly autonomously. Very much. Very last chart, and then I'm open for discussion. I'm very interested in your opinion here. It's always great to have some audience and to have an interactive discussion. Here, the question is, the hype is real, but will it ever become reality? So we are pretty much here in this cycle here. You read a lot of, you read a lot, you have 70 plus companies that's building drones or regional airplanes, everyone. It's very easy at these days to access investments and money to do this kind of manufacturing. But we're somewhere here now facing reality that, first of all, again, the drones coming from a robotic perspective. Second, the social acceptance, I put a huge question mark. Who of you guys would board a drone tomorrow? I I can tell you from my own experience, it's an interesting one. If you sit there in a two-seater and there's nothing where you can steer, and there's not even a wing. There is just this quadcopter, and it's quite noisy, by the way, at the moment still, and it lifts you up. So it's an interesting field, even if I feel as an entrepreneur that's the future. But the social and political acceptance, that will be the biggest challenges on the way forward, I tell you. So we're somewhere here facing reality, seeing that there is no passenger process. We see first, thanks God, cargo drones stole. In Zurich we do have these little drones, Maternet, I don't know if you've seen that they transport medicine and blood probes from one hospital to the other. Two of them crashed, one into the lake of Zurich, which gave to the local press an enormous uplift, and they talked even 6 months later about this drone that has crashed into the sea. So I don't want to experience that with passengers, right? Very much. And, that's facing reality, and then this here, and I say this is 2025, 2027, we will really see if it's socially, politically accepted, and we will explore if there will be a sustainable market, or it will become a niche market like in certain cities like Sao Paulo, where you have helicopter operation, which is quite expensive, and the drones could simply operate the same service but cheaper, but it won't open to the broad public. Markets, I mentioned us right now, and the last point certainly is infrastructure. How much money will be allocated to infrastructure to such a visionary project? Very question. Or do we believe in tunnels, in traditional airports, in roads, in trains, which is absolutely okay, and given that we have only a limited amount of public money, it might be worth to invest it in roads, in common traffic infrastructure. Anyway, personally me, I'm a firm believer that will come, otherwise I would not have invested in eBird. I would be very proud if the one or other of you guys would be transported one day by an eBird drone. Certainly, again, we don't have, but you pick your phone and just choose, instead of Uber, you choose eBird. Then you think 10 years back and say, hey, there was this gentleman. If eBird never lifts off, then I think back in 10 years, yeah, great idea. I'll see the floor and find my profile on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
I believe we will have questions, no?
Thank you. Thanks, Florian, for this very insightful presentation. I have a question, because Uber is also pushing at the same time the autonomous driving, and of course this would really reduce the cost of transport and urban mobility very much below the taxi prices that we know today. Where do you see the blocks that are still existing in legislation there, and how does that relate to the blocks in unmanned flight?
Well, thank you very much. Very good question. So number one, it's way more difficult, really, to mirror all possible situations on ground than in the air. What you might have experienced, I don't know if you have seen that the fireworks, instead of real fireworks done by drones. Yeah. Have you seen that? Last one, all over the place, including Zurich, the last one. It's a very interesting case if you see the drones perform a firework of 400 and 500 drones interacting to each other. And it's really not about the fireworks. It's about a showcase or two showcase that drones can operate independently and interact with each other. And that's the real thing. So to your question is, we need the technology, which is 5G, by the way, and regulations to make drones flying happen. that's way easier than anything on ground, where you have 1.25 different million situations that your computer needs to realize immediately within milliseconds what to do. So therefore, I don't see autonomous driving. I do see e-cars. I do see, that's still the hope for my business case here. I see still blocked streets, traffic jams, simply not because of autonomous driving that people will ever drive a car. It will change propulsion.
Anyone else has a question? I have.
Any special services while traveling in the drone?
No, it's a cap.
Can't.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, the idea is really it's a 5-minute, 10-minute ride. Where you need a cap, 15 minutes, you're blocked in traffic. No. And honestly, at the moment, you're happy if you're out in 5 minutes. You don't want to have any service. But I'm happy to offer you a bottle of water.
Which universities do you see you leading the research in this?
Type of research. What type of research?
Autonomous flight.
Okay, so there are a couple of universities worldwide working on this. On the concepts, certainly the typical business universities. On the technology side, it's like Zurich, the Technical University, ETH, Nanjing University in Singapore. There is the Tech Institute in Dallas. But this is all from the robotic. MIT Boston has a nice search. What's really interesting is to prove the concept here, and there are very few universities that really have even specialized on that. From time to time, I get requests by students if they want to do their master, and if I can contribute or being sparing from heart or interviewee. So that's what we do. I do some guest lectures. Funny enough, north of London, on Loughborough, because this gentleman has graduated or postdoc from the ETH in Zurich. But it's a handful. On the robotics side, you have almost every huge university worldwide offers that kind of.
So we were talking about the technological side of it. So I studied business, and I was working for an OEM and a supplier in the automotive industry. And there was a lot about trust. How can we ensure that the people that are using it, they have trust in it? And with the service that you are providing with the drones, it's not only that you want to do it unmanned, but also for technology that consumers have never really experienced. I mean, the automotive industry, we've all driven a car, and the next step is autonomous driving, which is a very big thing in the automotive industry. But you are even going one step further ahead. So I was wondering, is there like research on the topic of trust, how you can create trust? And I mean, that's actually the point, is the consumer, if the technology is ready, then trusting that technology.
It's a very good question, thank you very much. How to build trust, and it's a difficult one. Easily I could say it's all about marketing, but that's not the truth. And I'm coming back really to the social acceptance, that's what I call, what you call trust. So there is no easy answer to it. What I believe is that you will first see drone, if you talk about drones, because if you're sitting in an airplane that has electric propulsion, you've flown in an airline or an airplane before. It had wings, it had 2 engines, it doesn't change. It might have changed if there is no pilot in, then it's a different spin. But you guys are all from the airline industry, you know how aviation and aircrafts work today. A lot of it is flown by the computer anyway. Trust, how to build trust. believe the first thing is that we will see like medical air mobility, that you replace today's helicopter into drones, and then there is like no choice. You're happy to be flown to the hospital, and it has the same safety standards as a helicopter, and most people, unless you live in Sao Paulo or New York, have not flown in a helicopter before, except for you had an accident in the Alps with skiing or whatever. So if that proves the concept works, it's building trust slowly in that case. Regional air mobility, as I usually see wings. And then if it comes to the drone, my firm belief is that the shorter the distance, the more trust you have. And if you realize it works, despite the fact that the probability for a crash is the same, but if you realize it works for a 5-minute flight, a 7-minute flight, you might take it also for a 10-minute flight, and that's more or less the max for it. But it's a very good question, and I have not the perfect answer how I can build trust on this. But time will tell.
I'd have another question regarding the business model of eBird, because I think that was very short at the beginning. If I understood correctly, you're not building the equipment, but you're operating it. Would it be kind of an Uber business model? And if it is, how are you competing against these giants that already have a similar business model on the ground today?
Yes and no. So first of all, we don't build any urban air or regional air vehicle. We have strategic partnerships with EHang, that's the Chinese one, with Boeing, Aurora, with Airbus, with the Dufu Aerospace, where you've seen the Tiltwinger plane. So we want to buy and provide air service correct. Do we really compete with Uber? No, I compete with every mass transportation. Very simple. Because again, from the marketing perspective, I believe Uber does a great job. From a reliable perspective, Uber is not really reliable. The drivers cancel, the drivers come late, the driver misses your place. You don't want to have this if you're traveling a drone. So come back to your trust question. If you ask me if Uber was the perfect marketing name for operating a drone or board a drone, to my knowledge, no. Because I see what happened on the street. But yes, the moment I offer new transportation services, I compete with everyone who does the same. And by the way, Uber is not as innovative as they always say. I mean, what they now start with, the helicopter service in New York, is bottom line an existing helicopter operator, and now he puts Uber Air on it. So you guys could do this tomorrow if you want to. Yeah.
Do we have other questions? Okay.
Hi, so I just wanted to ask, what regions do you expect to spearhead this kind of technology? I mean not technology, sorry, this kind of air service. And I mean, as an example, you have, for example, I'm sure you have an idea of the air taxi project in Dubai, for example. So what are your thoughts on that?
So here's the thing, that's Volocopter. And I'm coming back to my robotic standpoint. The people, so you have basically two questions. The first one is, where do you see, where do I see or where do I believe that this service will be offered? You see the red dots on the world's map, and that's pretty much the cities where you can see transportation offered one day by this. Kind of air transportation. And not surprisingly, it's the dots, you could name it instantly. It's the big urban cities of this planet. So, To your question, what I believe in regards of everything that's done now refers to my next chart, marketing is ahead of technology. And once again, I'm very grateful that there are people out who do build machines, who try concept, who do marketing, who bring it into the mass. It helps my personal, or our personal business model for eBird. It's not me, as a team behind it. I said just in the supervisory board. But again, Volocopter has a very complicated operating system. I don't know if you have checked out the website. If not, do so. And don't put it in a negative way. I never believed that the way how Volocopter is proposing to operate right now will ever operate. Simply what they foresee is massive infrastructure on the skyscraper, on the top floor, where they're, sorry, point here. The biggest problem is battery. The battery lasts between 10 to 15 minutes flight time right now. That might exceed a little bit longer, but more than half an hour you will have to load or change the battery. There are a couple of different concepts what you want to do. Volocopter wants to change the battery. So what they foresee in the operating concept is that you will land on a platform, and then that's like this gondola system where you slow down, you would board in the back. They would take in the old battery pack out, they would get a recharged, freshly charged battery pack in, the Volocopter would turn, you would board, and then fly out again. If that became true, it's a very nice video, go and see it, it's perfectly animated, but if that was the truth, I don't think you find an investor or many investors or even cities that would allow this massive amount of infrastructure. That's not the idea. And if so, it makes it way too expensive. Way too expensive. So, in case of Dubai or Singapore and Volocopter, or the last weekend Stuttgart, great marketing, great jobs, they do a super perspective. Does it work? Or would I, as eBird, buy a Volocopter? Not at the moment, not with this concept, because it's way too expensive to operate. Does this answer your question? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we could have endless discussion on this topic because this looks like the future, but we should move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much again. For today is Mr. Hugh Revy, Sales Director of Ubisense. Hugh has now been working within the aerospace sector for more than 30 years. Prior to joining Ubisense, Hugh had consistently been working with aerospace companies, helping them become more efficient through using their own data more effectively. 18 years ago, he created his own company, Core Data Limited, which focused on providing airlines, MROs, OEMs, and aircraft supply chain companies with solutions that could help them drive value from the large amounts of data they were accumulating. Core Data was a successful venture, and he sold the company to Rolls-Royce. The topic is going to be creating an MRO digital twin. Please welcome Mr. Revy.
Thank you very much. As said, my name is Hugh Revy. I've now been working with Ubisense for almost a year now. But Ubisense as a company, just to give you some background on who we are, is trusted by 6 of the top 10 Fortune 500 companies. They've got almost 18 years experience now within various sectors with more than 500 customers. So reasonable success within other sectors. I was brought in, as I say, almost a year ago to start focusing on the aviation side, and in particular the MRO side as well. Give you some idea that some of the customers, you can see some of the aerospace customers in there as well, but that gives you an indication of who we're working with already. and now we're trying to work with the MRO companies, which is what the focus is going to be on the presentation today. Before I start the presentation proper, I want to show a time lapse of what happens within. This is actual data from one of our customers, where this is from a supervisor's perspective of what an electronic task board would look like. And it's going through, it's actually a 13-day check, and you can see as that's working its way through, the yellow tasks are the tasks that are opened. You can see down the bottom, there's a red task there, and that there's a problem with it. I think it's a material shortage. But you can see the number of tasks that have been opened, and none are actually being closed until almost at the end of the check itself. And that gives you an idea of the process that's going through. And from a supervisor perspective, that's what he would see on a day-to-day basis. From a management perspective, so they may want to see what's actually happening on the aircraft itself. So we take the information, the same information, and we present the same across the 12 days. You can see in this particular example, the light yellow shading is when no work's been done on that particular task at all. And then you can see the same thing happening as the tasks are completed during the actual check itself as it goes through. And you can see again the red elements where there's a problem, either a material shortage or an engineering issue or some other issue. That gives you a perspective of what's actually happening on that particular bay on that aircraft itself. Looking at a tooling perspective, so we're now starting to see what happens with the tools. And this is one particular tool that was issued out to this particular technician, and you can see now where the technician is working. So he's working in the left-hand wing on this particular task for this tool. So we now know where the tools are within the environment that has been seen within this particular aircraft check. What would normally happen is that tool would be sent back to the tool store after the technician's finished with it. In this particular case, he keeps the tool because he needs the same tool the following day and the following shift to do other tasks on the centre and also on the right-hand wing of the aircraft. But the tool manager has now got full control of what's happening and visibility of where his tools are on a day-to-day basis as they've been operated within the work order, and that's the tool back in the tool store. What does that mean? When you're starting to get control of your data and you know what's happening, it converts into real value. And I've done the example here. If we're able to improve the turnaround time by 5% on a 5-day operation, maintenance world, there's more than a €2 million benefit that can be realised by the maintenance company. I will come back to these numbers later on in the presentation. Also, there's other benefits that you get when you know where everything is. So once you know where things are, there's an actual value that's associated with that. You no longer have to look for material or tools, or you've got a single point of truth, so you don't need multiple spreadsheets or databases to try and manage what's actually happening. Again, that gives you a value across the business. So what we're trying to do is to create that value and understand how, by presenting a digital twin or a virtual hangar, how does that create the real value that you've seen in the last 2 slides. What I want to do is go through actual examples with customers and what they've actually seen and how they've seen the value being translated into real terms. So first of all, looking at actual use cases within the industry, what are these actual examples and what have we been able to help with? And just going through some of them, these are just kind of general examples of being able to reduce the turnaround time or being able to easily find components because you now know where everything is. Actual use cases, I think I'm going to go through 5 use cases in particular. This first one, and the planning and production control aspect, the problem that the customer experienced was that he was having difficulty replanning his work orders. The supervisor was replanning the orders, no problem, but what was not available was the visibility and the impact of these changes to the turnaround time. So the visibility wasn't being able to be seen by whether it's materials people or other people within the industry or within the business that needed to do it. What we were able to do through our solution was be able to give them on-the-fly planning that gave that same visibility to everybody within the industry, within the particular business. It also automatically recalculated the turnaround time, so it told the supervisor what impact that would have on his particular work order that he was working on, and also management. So management could see whether they were still on track to be able to achieve that particular work order. More importantly, it gave real-time visibility to everybody that needed to see what was happening with that particular work order. Another example was just trying to understand efficient processes. So, and this is a number of customers have come back with exactly the same problem, where there's no real visibility and they've got no way of knowing whether what they've done is actually a good thing or a bad thing. So there's little or no analysis, both whether it's real-time or historical. And what we are able to provide as well is that full live analysis, as well as doing the historical analysis, either on a particular task or even looking at tools or other aspects of what you're actually looking for. And again, the real-time visibility becomes crucial for everybody to see what needs to be done. The next case, and most of you will be familiar that work within the MRO business, is that every morning most MROs will have daily meetings to discuss each of the checks that are going through the business to make sure that things are on target. What we were able to do is create the dashboard that told all management what was actually happening, whether this was on target or not. If everybody knows what is happening and everything's in control, you no longer have to have that daily meeting to understand whether are we actually doing things the way that we should be doing them or not. Also been able to create consistent planning, so we know what we did the last time we had this particular type of check, and we were able to replan the same information from the model that you've created. And you can replay the model so you can see exactly what the impact of that particular plan is going to be on your business itself. Tool management. Problem, many hours were spent looking for GSE or other tools every day. And there was no real measure for the utilisation of tools. So when we were trying to justify getting additional tools, there was no real measure to actually look at that. Because we've now got the ability for them to have real-time visibility of the tools and the use of the tools across the facility, they can now do that analysis and be able to create a tool management and control capability within their particular business. The final example is the material management. And again, this was an area, those that are starting to do pre-drawing material to the aircraft, instead of the technicians going to the material store, will come up against this problem where the logistics and material people were pre-drawing material that they thought the technicians were going to be requiring for the next day's or the next shift's work. But what had actually happened is that the plan had shifted and they were pre-drawing the wrong material for the work that they thought was going to be done and actually wasn't going to be done. So the real-time visibility of what is actually going to be required now, as opposed to what was planned 2 days ago, now becomes critical, and the logistics and material people are now able to provide the right material to the aircraft, which saves again a significant amount of time. So these are just some examples of actual use cases that we've been able to react to and provide a solution that helps customers drive real value to get that turnaround time improved and overall processes. So we're looking, all the time we're looking at the processes that you're able to monitor and assess because of knowing where things are within your business. How do we convert that into a real value? So once you've got all the various use cases and you're starting to drive it into a value, the key aspect is working out how these key pillars, your tasks, people, tooling, material, all interact with each other and how they affect each other. Because you're now able to create that visually and how the tasks interact with the people and the tooling, you're then able to see what happens through the process. So you're able to improve your productivity but maintaining the quality and the compliance to what you're actually doing because it's all fully visible within your business. That creates a mission critical platform that we're able to manage, and you're able to see exactly what's happening, but maintaining that control so you're seeing exactly what's happening real time in your business for each of the work orders that have been completed, giving the visibility but maintaining your audit and compliance on a real-time basis during the actual work order and the execution of that. We showed you some numbers at the start. This is how the numbers are calculated. So you've got for the turnaround time, being able to improve your turnaround time. You get the improved performance with your staff. If you're doing things more efficiently, that gives you a particular value. And then if you're able to generate additional work because of the space that you've created within your business, again, you've got additional work that you can bill against that as well, which gives you the calculations. And the total value for the turnaround time is your improved performance plus the additional work that you're able to contract for. Similarly, being able to improve your asset finding, again, that's how we got the value of the visibility. You're now able to see where things are, and that's the benefit you get, and also the single point of truth, because we know exactly where things are, and there's no disputing as to whether a particular item was there or somebody has shifted it. Everything becomes the truth within the system. Again, you can calculate the value against that single point of truth. How do we do all this? So UBSense have developed a platform, a software platform that works on location. So location becomes the critical part of what we actually do. And just going through the importance of location, I mean, most companies have got systems, business systems, ERP systems, MRO systems, that control your business or that try and control your business. The problem is, down at the bottom, your real world processes that you're trying to manage, there's so much of that is unconnected, that you've got no way of knowing whether what was planned to be done was actually done or not. That then creates what we call a data gap within the business. So there's no way of actually managing that particular data gap. And it's this data gap that we've filled with our solution called SmartSpace that creates the locations of where things are and enables you to control what happens in the real world from your business systems. Let me go through that in a bit more detail. This is the platform, SmartSpace platform, that is the main part of it is the location element. So we need a location against every element that comes into the system. That location information can be got from whether it's a barcode, whether it's RFID, whether it's our own technology, UBSense Ultra Wideband, or a Bluetooth solution. Whatever the location entity is that you're bringing into the system, that becomes crucial to what we actually do. We then create a model, an accurate three-dimensional model of your facilities that then show where all these things are within the facilities. On that model, we create location rules that determine what you can and can't do, and also business rules along the business data element. It is fully modular. You take the bits that you need, depending on the use case that you've got, so that you're managing your business on a use case by use case basis. The various elements of the business data include the visibility, HMIs, reporting, system connectivity that becomes crucial because we're working with your existing systems and integrating to these systems to pull the data. We're not creating another data set within the environment. And then the top level is the developer tools that enable you to develop your own solutions based on the SmartSpace platform. That enables you to create full IoT type solution, digital platform within your particular entity. By doing that, most people will recognize this type of situation. We're able to create from that particular scenario into a three-dimensional model of exactly the same situation. So you're able to create a model that shows where all the things are, and it creates zones round about the entities that show whether things are there or not there, depending on what you've actually built within your rules itself. How do we do it? First step is we have to sense the physical world. So this is the connection between what's actually happening in the real world with what your business plan, your business systems are saying needs to be done. So we sense the physical world. We then take that sense data and we transform it. We put it into the model itself. We create the model. We put that data into the model that then shows what's actually happening on a real-time basis. We then identify exceptions. That's done through the business rules or location rules. So you start to control the work that's being done on the hangar floor in this particular case. Once you've got that, that then indicates and provides your process. Once you have the process, you're then able to optimize it and be able to continually improve that particular process within your business. Looking at a different way, first step, select the sensors or the type of technology that you're using to get the location information, build the model, put the rules in the model, do your integrations to your existing systems to get the data, build your user interfaces, and giving you the smart space applications. There could be multiple applications depending on the use cases within your particular environment. In conclusion, an MRO digital twin provides you enormous potential to drive that value. What we've seen in other sectors and other businesses, we've been able to see businesses improve by more than 30%. And in an MRO environment, that's enormous, being able to achieve that, that particular value. Don't make sure that what you're doing is part of an overall digitalisation or a master plan within your business, so that all the various different projects are all part of a master plan. So you're working together within your business to achieve the overall goal. Think outside the box. There's lots of things that are only applicable to your particular business, but once you've got that location information, anything's possible to be able to drive and to fix or to improve that particular situation. Main thing is that your data, and it's all based on your data, and its use in your business, enables you to provide and create that real value to your business and driving bottom line improvements. Thank you very much, and I think if there's time for questions.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Hugh. Thanks for that. It was really interesting. I'm not as familiar in the sort of technology stuff that you talked about, so for my really simple brain, when you were talking about measuring, so for example, tooling, was it right in understanding that on a practical level, every single tool would have some sort of a sensor of some sort attached to it, so then it was like live tracking as it was moving around facilities? Is that right, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, I think depending on the business, so a lot of businesses are now putting RFID tags, for example, onto tools to try and track the tools. It can be tracked through that particular process. You can also create a location depending on what is happening to the tool, who it's issued to, what the technician's working on, that then gives you a calculated location. That's not an accurate location, but as long as within your business you know exactly what it is that you're monitoring, then you can put that location into the model that will then show where it is from a calculated perspective. But a lot of customers are now creating the actual tags within the tools themselves.
And another slightly unrelated question, sorry. I was just interested, and I'm not sure if it's an issue for UB Sense themselves or it would be your customers, but has there been any sort of employment reaction to this kind of stuff in terms of trade unions and in terms of the sort of data, the very analytical data that obviously the system would provide in terms of process/people efficiency? Has there been anything that you've heard in terms of response, whether positive or negative, from employment people and organisations and that kind of thing?
There's been no negative responses. What we find is there's when the solution's implemented, there's because it's new technology, there's a reaction initially that gives you a potential dip, but that very quickly is overrun because everybody sees the value. They're now starting to see the benefit that they can get by knowing where things are. So I think although you maybe get a small dip to start with, the overall value and the benefit within the business becomes very successful. And there are hundreds of thousands of users of the system across many sectors. Thanks.
Is there anyone else?
Thank you. Maybe one more question. How is actually the interface to the actual users? I could see that from a supervisor perspective, but let's say the actual mechanic, if they're looking for a tool, is there any interface already established?
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of what we provide as part of the developer tool. So that could be mobile. For example, you can go into your mobile, your phone, or whatever you're using within the business application, and you can see a map, and you can see where the tool is. It can direct you, it can guide you, it can manage that particular process effectively. but that's depending on the business and use case, will determine what is developed. But yeah, thank you.
In some of your equations that you showed for how you quantify value, I was curious, one of them referred to a direct man hours spent looking for assets. Do you find that your customers actually discreetly track that kind of metric?
They track it, yeah. They know how much time spent looking for particular tools. And they know whether they're doing it actively or whether they do it on a test basis. But they know how much time spent on a daily basis across the businesses. The bigger the business, the more activity they actually spend in looking for that. So yeah, they do. And it's significant.
Do we
Thank
have
you.
other questions? Yes.
So typically, on average, how long does it take to actually implement from the time that you've decided, a customer has decided that yes, I want to implement this system in my business? Typically, how long does it take to implement? And sorry, just one more additional part. What are some of the challenges you face while trying to, or while implementing the system?
So good question. The first part of the question, the length of time depends on the use case and depends on whether there's an infrastructure having to be put in or whether we use an existing infrastructure. If you're working with an existing infrastructure or existing data, then it's a matter of weeks to be implemented, and in some cases even just a matter of days. The problems that we encounter are generally being able to, we have to integrate to systems. So depending on the systems that customers have got, the modern systems generally tend to be relatively easy to integrate to. The older systems, and a lot of airlines have still got older systems, become more difficult. That then can create a hybrid where it may be near real time as opposed to real time. So depending on what the use cases are, determines the overall implementation and difficulty or issues within a project. Thanks.
Anyone else? Or that would be it. Okay, probably just thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting and insightful. Thank you. So we came to the sad part, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your speeches, for participation, for discussion. EARTech panel is over for this year, and we kindly hope to see you in our upcoming events. Commercial Aviation Forum is still ongoing, so please feel free if you are still in the mood to go and listen for more discussions, more presentations. We also want to remind you that tickets for Air Convention 2020 with an early bird discount are available for pre-order at our reception. Those who signed up for the city tour, the guides from Go Vilnius will be waiting for you at Radisson Blu. The tour starts at 6 p.m. So have a great time in Vilnius. Thank you.